We are back with more Castlevania 64. Anyway, stage 4, the waterway with Carrot. Continue. And have a bit of roast chicken. Faster. One of these guys can drop a power up, that would be absolutely fantastic. Nope, just a jewel, and I don't need more of those. There. Stuff like this is why you want an actual N64 controller. Oh hey, it's Clem. Ah yes, as the bloodline of Mecha does. How you doing, Clem? Now I gotta use that roast chicken again. Come on, give me power up. There we go. And my balls are blue. I did. I did see them. So when is your NES Final Fantasy stream? From the NES. Using real hardware. There we go. Level 3 power up. Soon. Oh, excellent. I look forward to it. And then, like, turning it off because fuck, that game's gonna be boring. That door's locked. Yeah, fuck the original version of Final Fantasy 1. Nobody should be playing that. Mega Man X7. I mean, Mega Man X7 has less in the way of glitches. And absolutely busted ass bugs. Yeah, it's amazing old game saves work at all. Yeah, it's fair. That's still going. Is the only thing down here the parchment? I think at this point I'm pretty determined that when I do FF1 properly on stream, it will end up being the PSP version as I always intended. Like, not even the Pixel remaster, specifically the PSP version. The Pixel remaster, I know, goes back to the original Magic style. So it's the charges in a similar way to the way D&D does it. I mean, honestly, more than anything, it would be so much more reasonable to just stream the NES version from an emulator. Like, there's no good reason to actually try and set up an NES to do it. You're never going to get a good quality pick. Then do what I do and use a controller. That's right. Like, N64 is a good example. You remember how much time I spent trying to get a good quality image out of an actual N64 because the emulation just was not good enough? And now, like, I'm just here using emulation with an official wireless controller. There's a lot of pissing about. That was bullshit. It was a few years ago now. But like the last time I streamed Majora's Mask, I did it on original hardware. And it was comfortable. Using my Retro Fighters controller that I'd got, that I'd backed through Kickstarter. Really nice controller, very comfortable. Like, it was really nice to do, but like just having it on a modern display was not good. After all the time and effort and resources I'd spent to get it looking as good as it could. And like, you can go back and look at it, and visually it doesn't look great. But it was comfortable to play. If I had a CRT, I absolutely would be play. But for the sake of video quality, it's frustrating as well because like there's a lot of caveats to the N64 in terms of its video quality that are unlike other systems. It's harder to get It's harder to get a good picture out of the Nintendo 64 than it is to get a good picture out of the Super Nintendo. And the Super Nintendo at least comes natively with RGB support. Best you're getting out of the N64 is S-Video. I've considered the idea of picking up one of the Bluetooth Retro Fighters Nintendo 64 controllers for PC. I do miss that controller. Good controller. Absolutely recommend it. But yeah, what did I do? I streamed Majora's Mask with the Redux hack on actual hardware. That was nice. What I streamed of Castlevania Legacy of Darkness was on actual hardware. Which tells you how long ago that was, because that was during the Castlevania Marathon. Which I think was in 2020. I can't believe it was that long ago that I'd actually gotten the stuff for the 64. I actually did pull my N64 out a few weeks ago. Like, it's just sat up there at the moment. There's not really a good reason to hook it up. Especially since the only TV I actually have at the minute is my monitor. Everything's done through the computer monitor. Over the last couple of years, though, I've gotten pretty comfortable with mapping Nintendo 64 controls to more regular and comfortable controllers. The funny thing with that is it's actually the layout I tend to use is actually an official Nintendo layout. It's the layout they used with Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask on the game. Oh, fucking bats. There we go, something came out. It's the end of that stage. Go fucking go. You want to do this? People might call you a witch, I'm gonna call you a bitch. That's really nice. I'm gonna use it to kill the count though. He was doing that jog people do, where they're moving more, but the speed they're actually going at is basically walking speed. Here it is, the level nobody likes. If we make it through this level, we're basically fine. Not that the game won't have challenges, it just won't have the bullshit. I can't remember which it is, but if you play this game in easy mode, the level ends either before this level or after this level. And you have to play the game on normal to get any further. One of those classic mid to late 90s Konami ideas. Which I never really appreciated. So yeah, even if people make it to this point in Castlevania 64, this level what just turns a lot of people. I think the most famous point of this level was in the AVGN's video on it, which would be like 15 years old now, maybe. This is a weird time to not play Bloody Tears. Hmm. Yeah, I can probably use this more than the axe. Hmm. Everybody's favorite little obstacle. Not like that. Looked like he was blocking all of the holy water. Can I help you? I'd love next level power up. Everything's taking so much more damage here. Absolutely getting that. There's meat up there. Oh yeah, they know what I want. Okay. Could show off right now why this level's like, but it will immediately it'll mean me immediately dying, and I've only just gotten the 3rd level power up. Ugh. Beyond anything, though, what I need to do is make sure of the location that I need to take this. Alright, so it won't be this way. Ow. I don't recall if I mentioned it previously, but when the vampires grab you and bite you, there's a chance they'll inflict you with the vamp status. And, like, that weakens all your stuff. There's a specific issue with it, like you can't use sub-weapons or you can't use something with it. I don't remember what it is. Because it happens so rarely. You cure it with a purifying, and it needs to be cured before, I think, the next midnight. Because if it isn't, the clock strikes 12, you immediately get a game over. Become a full vampire. Okay. Oh, hey, it's Malice. No, I killed him before. Alice, why are your eyes a different colour? Anyway. What I actually come here for? And that's the issue. If I jump or take damage while carrying the magical nitro, that's a game over. That one, not so bad. There's another half of it, though, that makes you traverse a significant portion of the level. And if you've been paying attention to the level design, you'll realise, oh, that's why a bunch of it was like that. I kill you people? So I need to find the Mandragora. And I need to find that other wall. Why can't I open the door? Can't I open the door? Hey, Crag's live. Well, since we've seen him. Hope he's doing okay. Why can't I open the door? Yes. Thanks, Clem. Clem, have you been paying attention to my talkings about this game? And why you're going to love streaming it? Oh, Clem, you know just what to say to me. Your stock spreadsheet? No. Why can't I open this door? Seriously, what the fuck's going on? Now I can't open this. What the fuck is going on? So, a fun thing, I have set up more wheels for game choices. Now I can open it. What was stopping me before? So we got the wheel of Castlevania, as was always intended. I spent a bunch of time earlier going through a lot of my games on Switch, on PS5, Steam. Various emulators. I'm putting together a wheel of RPGs and a wheel of non-RPG. That once we're done with Rebirth, we'll spin one of them and see what we're playing next. I'm sure you'll be excited to know, Clem, that Parasite Eve is on the Wheel of RPGs. And by the Wheel of RPGs, I mean Parasite Eve 2. Several games. The Final Fantasies that I want to do, of course. Super Mario Bros. 3. A lot of stuff. The non-RPG wheel came up to close to 150 games. Now I can open it. Weird thing. And it's cost me so much time. The RPG section came out to something around 60, I think. I could check. I can check. RPGs covers Western and JRPGs, 66 games. And that's not counting sequels for stuff, like we've got Valkyrie Profile Lenneth on here, which is the PSP version of the original Valkyrie Profile. When that's done, Valkyrie Profile 2 Silmeria will get added onto it. And so on and so forth. The Wheel of Non-RPGs is 174 games. And again, that's not covering, like... like Banjo-Kazooie's on there, doesn't cover Banjo-Tooie because that would be after Banjo-Kazooie. Stuff like that. But I wanted to look through all the stuff that I've got and figure out like what I want, what I'm willing to do. And get it written down in a position where I will do. Hey, welcome in, Peach. Oh, no, 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 no. Yeah, Banjo-Kazooie is one of the classic rare collectathon platformers, which I've never properly played. The most I've played of it was several years ago on stream, where we just did a bunch of games on the Xbox One for a while. And that's the most I've ever played of Banjo-Kazooie. Never played Tooie. Well, I had some rare games on the Nintendo 64 at the time. I had Diddy Kong Racing. I had GoldenEye. I think that's it. I was thinking like I had Conker's Bad Fur Day, but I didn't. I had the remake of that, Conker Live and Reloaded, on Xbox. Yeah, this is where I want to be. The end. Maybe you should. Maybe you should. I've got a bunch of those on there. Banjo-Kazooie's on the wheel. Donkey Kong 64's on the wheel, which I know people generally don't like in comparison to Banjo-Kazooie because they feel like as the collectathon idea, it went too far. But I've got a hack for it that allows you to switch Kongs anywhere, which should help with it. Help make it less tedious. A hat in time I've got. I played a little of that at one point and I quite enjoyed it. It's very much inspired by the Banjo-Kazooie idea. Alright, so since we just restarted, let me show you what happens with this. We pick up Magical Nitro and we jump or get hit. Like that. So it's a bit of a concern, of course. And this is one of the reasons to play with an actual Nintendo 64 controller. Because the analog stick is very particular. Because the way the original N64 analog stick worked, it was a lot more sensitive than you think. Was it? No, it was less sensitive than you think. And the balance of that is, when you play N64 games with a non-N64 controller, the analog sticks are too sensitive. And if you ever tried to play something like Ocarina of Time on, I don't know, an Xbox 360 controller or whatever, or hell, if you've ever played it on like the Wii or Wii U with those controllers, and try doing any precise aiming, it's a lot harder to do than it was on the N64. Yachi curry. Place that there. I still don't know where I get the Mandragora. So if you want like N64 precision with that kind of thing, your choices are actual N64 controllers or a lot of time spent messing with the dead zones, specifically on analog sticks, and the way the emulator will render them. Which in itself is tricky because N64 emulation is not particularly streamlined. That was a good look at those stained glass knights. Alright. Yeah, I think what I'll do is, when we finish Rebirth, I'll ask somebody in the chat who's non-RPGs or RPGs, and we'll spin one of those wheels. Although, depending on how long Rebirth ends up being, maybe I will just take a break from RPGs for at least one game, and we'll do spin the non-RPG wheel. Because outside of Castlevania, that means we've been doing, this year, it was the Final Fantasy VII Remake Intermission scenario, then it was Chrono Trigger, and then it was Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. So RPG, RPG, RPG. So a bit of a single game break wouldn't be a bad idea. Wouldn't be the worst idea I've ever had. Alright. Can I kill these bastards? No, I'm pretty sure they're specifically designed to block everything, so they'll keep shooting you up there. No, I want to kill that guy. No, it won't let me out without killing the vampire maids. Bitch. So Clem, in response to what you showed earlier, I do believe... I know I have Resident Evil 1 and 2, the original releases, on inbox. I did pick up Resident Evil 3 physically at my last job. I can't remember if I gave it to somebody, because I didn't really need the disc. I gave the box to somebody. I know I did that with my copy of Silent Hill, like OG Silent Hill. I got it super cheap and I gave it to a friend who wants to build a collection. I know I still have my copy of Resident Evil Survivor. Why have you respawned? The respawn requirements on these things are not entirely clear. Oh, lady, no. No, 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 no. What game are you thinking of, Peach? Because I don't think any of the games I mentioned were co-op. There we go, power up. Oh, RE5. No, I was talking about the first 4 Resident Evil games. Resident Evil 1, 2, 3, and Survivor. All on PS1. But you are right, Resident Evil 5 is a great co-op game. Isn't that right, Clem? Clem and I played it co-op on stream a few years ago. And at some point we're gonna do Resident Evil 6. But no, you're absolutely right. RE5 is a lot of fun. Oh yeah? It's a good time. Just don't play it on professional. Absolutely not. Not a good idea. Not a good idea if you want to stay friends, want to stay dating, want to stay in each other's lives. Which is why Clem and I aren't doing it on professional, because, like, we want to stay friends. Did professional mode once, and that was enough. Never again. Here we go with this nonsense. Co-op date nights, never a bad idea. Forgive me if I'm a little nervous. Any single hit I receive at this point will be death. So bear with me a second. If I fall off this platform, death. Like that. Hit the good power-ups as well. Everything's gonna take so much longer to kill now. Guarantee that door's got unlocked. You guys could have dropped. Power up, it would have been nice. Yep, this is the sequence that causes most people to just give up on Castlevania 64. Oh, no, 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 no. Let me go back out. Almost there. Gotta deal with these fuckers. Oh, it's all good. Ah, goodness. Let's go get Mandragora. The trick, Panda, is to not grind the gears at all. You never know when the game's going to decide to be finicky about it and count that as a collision. Ooh, there we go. So that was the torch chamber that was locked. Where do we get the Mandragora? I feel like I've explored everywhere that I can. What makes this particularly frustrating to get lost in is the time limit the game's on. Gotta do it fast enough or we get the bad ending. Perfect. Green energy. I haven't found anything for... Gold is the color of Venus, second from the sun. Is the color of Venus, second from the sun. What do you mean? can't open these. Nighttime, so what's that light coming through the window? Need to learn to aim in the third dimension there, buddy. Yeah, it's a device because it looks like a table. We're back here with no new progress. Andragon. We'll find out. Yeah, the Mandragora is in the torture chamber. So what I'm missing specifically will be a key. I was muted. Alright, sorry about that. Thank you, Peach. They're so fast and flippy because they're vampires. And this is one of the few games in the series that has vampires as regular enemies. You just start chewing. Yeah. Or was it in the other area? Not seeing it. By you. Oh, that's something. I want that. There it is. Red is the colour of Mars, fourth child of the sun. Slight shock can cause magical nitro to explode. Why would that be a code? Children of the Sun, planetary Earth, it's 3. Mars and Venus surround. Connection. Hmm. That's an unfinished guide. Something to do with the statue. Vampire ladies, yep. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to figure out where I'm supposed to be going and what I need to do. And then I'm going to reload so we don't lose all that time. This one. Places I've never seen before. Bottom and the top are laid with spikes. There's no using those to climb up. Sure these lion heads are supposed to... Possible, but we'd need to find the location they're referring to. Does this side exist? Yeah, if only it was that simple. Like in Silent Hill, you'll find clues for a puzzle in a lot of areas, but the puzzle's usually right by the clues, if that makes sense. Where's the puzzle these statues are referring to? Slim will never have played this. Slim doesn't play Castlevania. Alright, Clem, do you know? Have you played Castlevania? I want you, before you answer that, to remember that this game is officially called Castlevania. Oh no, I slighted him. It's a thing we do. Isn't that right, Clem? It's a fun fact that with this game and 2 other games in Europe being named just Castlevania, it leaves Europe with at least 4 individual games that have the same name in the series, just Castlevania. And it's weird because 2 of those games have subtitles in the US. Lament of Innocence and Circle of the Moon. But in Europe, they're both just called Castlevania. So even though generally I'll refer to games by their European name because it's what they're called here, where I live. With stuff like that, I'll refer to Circle of the Moon as Circle of the Moon, Lament of Innocence as Lament of Innocence. There's a couple of other example Castlevania series that I'll refer to by their American names. That's because I think their American names are better. Like, Castlevania Bloodlines is called Castlevania The New Generation in Europe. And I think Bloodlines is a better title. Castlevania Dracula X is called Castlevania Vampire's Kiss in Europe. And Dracula X is the original title. And then there's the case of stuff like Metal Gear Ghost Babel, where Ghost Babel is the Japanese name, but the Western name is just Metal Gear Solid. So we call it Ghost Babel to differentiate it from the PlayStation Metal Gear Solid because they are different games. It's not even like, oh yeah, the Game Boy Color version of Metal Gear Solid. No, they're completely different games with different stories. Oh, actually, Clem, Ghost Babel is on the wheel as well. Along with MGS4 and Portable Ops. Because all of them can be played without having to play 4. Metal Gear Ghost Babel is on the wheel of video games. Wheel of non-RPGs. Along with Portable Ops and 4. So you can just talk to that guy. Alright. I debated putting Metal Gear Acid on there as well, but I'd like to spend some time with that on my own time to determine whether or not I'll even play much of it. Enjoy it, especially after our talk yesterday about how I'm not into deck builders. It is a card game. Well, the good news is we still have our holy water. Alright. Let's go do this then. Yeah, the game's pretty clear about that. It's just the key thing, is it? They make it very clear that you need the Mandragora and the Magical Nitro, and that the Magical Nitro will explode if it gets any kind of... What's a good word? Jostle? Violent movement? Clem, you're always jostling yourself. Maybe true, but I don't appreciate you saying it. I have no idea how I'm expected to get those items that are inside those boxes. Every time one of them opens up and one of these dudes comes out, you can see there's something in them. One of them had a jewel, that one looked like it had cash. No idea how you'd be able to get them. Anyway, to the torture chamber. Yeah, so the trouble more than anything was figuring out that that monster was actually a character. That was a waste of time. Time's one thing I don't have. Let's have some roast beef. Appreciate if you didn't do that. A neck. Double power up. Why didn't that burn, huh? I'm getting nowhere using holy water on this one. Ugh. I can't believe it's been like 4 years since I did Twilight Princess. That was a good game. Of course there's a vampire in here. Probably two. Yep, there's another one over there. Yeah, there's Manjagora. Nope, not dealing with ghosts. Get paid enough for it. What do I look like? Some kind of ghost buster? You and he were buddies, weren't you? Platform boost. Oh, you know what I didn't put on there? Gex. I should put Gex on there. Through this room again. Play one game I did genuinely debate. Adding to the list was Enemy Zero for the Sega Saturn. But I feel like that's absolutely a game that I need to make sure I can do in my own private time. Because that game doesn't sound easy. It sounds really engaging, it does not sound easy. Yeah, I've got a hat. The Nintendo 64 hat. One of the few times I chose to wear an appropriate hat for the stream. Usually I'll wear a hat that's very much not appropriate for it. Like, oh, we're playing N64 for a while, and I'll wear a PlayStation hat. Because it's funny to me. But no, today I decided to put on the N64 hat. I should probably heal. Run, Carrie. Very casual for causing, like, a huge explosion. Now, let's see where this leads. Ooh, beef. Okay. That would be the room with the guy who's not a monster, then. Blue is the colour of Neptune, 8th child of the sun. So, 248. So the protective seal is removed. The seal that was there. Okay. 248, proceeding through doubles. 2 into 4 into 8. Well, that did. Ah, okay. Pretty sure we've got this. But I'm gonna have to be... Yeah, we're back. Getting the audio out of the game though. Why is that? Pretty sure there should still be audio. Go and see if we get anything. Okay, so it was 2, 4, 8. Double up. 2, double 4, double to 8. Gold is Venus, second child of the sun. Red is Mars, fourth child of the sun. 8 is 8th child. Blue is Neptune. Oh, how you doing, Clem? Welcome back. Welcome back to both of us. There's going to be 2. Oh no, there is sound. There we go. Ah. Busy, busy. We've not made a whole lot of progress today, but like I feel like this is the most complicated. Like the villa and this is the most complicated the stages get. And having this fairly fresh in my mind will make the Reinhardt playthrough go faster. Like how, when we did Resident Evil, OG and remake for the 10 years of Resident Evil, after we did the first scenario, the second scenario went faster, because it was fresher in my mind. Let's get out of here. It's definitely worth examining all of those, goddess statues. Now the barrier is removed, so we just get the Mandragora again and take it to that room, which is pretty close to the torture chamber anyway, so it'll be less trouble. So overall, if you know what you're doing, this level isn't a huge amount of back and forth. I really hope I make this quick enough to get the good ending, because I don't remember what the specific time amount is. But yeah, this game gets a lot of flack, and that's been the case for years, and it's not awful. It's not even particularly bad, especially in comparison with the kind of games that were coming out at this time. Like 7 out of 10, 6 out of 10 at worst. You can do worse. You can do better. Like Legacy of Darkness, absolutely better, because you get the Cornell campaign as well. So it's more game. Better by virtue of being more. Other way. But you can do so much worse on the Nintendo 64 than this. No, I'll get all that. Ghost. Like the butterflies in Symphony of the Night. Completely invisible sometimes. Alright, here we go. Save point. Harry, why are you looking around? It's right in front of you. Odd that it has an eye in its bell. Okay. I don't think anybody was expecting that. Not a lot of damage for a fully charged level 3 power. God damn. Brutal. Hmm. One thing I think is kind of surprising is the character portrait is a 3D render of the character rather than like a drawn portrait. I don't know why, but that's kind of surprising to me. Like, just to think about. How the hell do I dodge that? Okay, don't try and move to the side, just move backward. that's that's a surprising solution. Hmm. Alright. Not restarting the stage, not at all. I'm not sure of a good way to actually deal with this thing. What are the chances that the intended method is to hit it while its mouth is open? And then, like, try and figure out a good way to do that. And now it becomes a reference to the behemoth. But much slower. Why did you just gain health? And again. I feel like there were several things wrong with that fight. I did it. Oh, cool, dude. Let's get out of this level. Awful, awful level. Oh. You. Gave you my answer. It's a bold line from like the protagonist. From one boss to another. Hernandez Warrior. So this is the whole idea with vampires in this game, very specifically. Whether it's true of the rest of the series is a question of that. But vampires are always evil. The curse of vampirism corrupts them to evil. I am not powered up for this fight. Oh, shit. That was a good shot. Good holy water. So this is a carry exclusive fight. And it's actually worth noting that Actrice is a carry exclusive enemy. I'm sorry, I was muted. Reinhardt doesn't deal with Actrice. Reinhardt deals primarily with Death and Rosa. Welcome in, Flame. You should have seen the tactics I was using on the demon bull a minute ago. It's always death, that cheeky bastard. There we go. So that warrior's never named, just Fernandez Warrior. Yeah, what it was called. I knew the name at one. Opposing Bloodlines, maybe? Yeah, I think it's opposing Bloodlines because the version that plays in Symphony of the Night when you fight Richter is Strange Bloodlines. Or something to that effect. Yes, I do. Going up. Give me a second. Right back. Yeah, when we get to Portrait of Ruin, it's Divine Bloodlines again. I think the rendition in this and in Symphony of the Night get different names because they are different arrangements specifically. Like, in this, it's a slow piano piece with a very different tempo. In Symphony of the Night, it's distorted. To reflect Richter's corruption and mind control. So the Tower of Science is a carry exclusive level. Reinhardt goes the other direction. I believe the pathway is being destroyed or reversed. And Reinhardt ends up in the Tower of Alchemy. Well, that just happened. How you doing, Flame? How was the Bloodborne stream? Doing alright. Doing okay. Made it through the castle center, which is like the worst of what you deal with in Castlevania 64. And it's only uphill from here. I still have not been able to get into Bloodborne. And I've been saying for a while, like, I'm gonna give it one more solid try. But when that'll be, who knows. Frustrating because, like, of all the Souls games, of all the Soulsborne games, or Souls-likes, Bloodborne should appeal to me the most, and does appeal to me the most. I've just never gotten into it. Uh-oh. Did I just hit a save point? Yes. That camera shift, really not helpful. I mean, don't get me wrong, I've enjoyed Dark Souls in my day, and I can go back and I can play Dark Souls and be fine at it. Never properly gotten into Bloodborne. I feel confident if we keep going, I could finish this tonight. You can't see me there. Keep on turning. Oh. Fuck. Oh. I got really good at parrying in Dark Souls 1. Like, to the point where if there was an enemy with a sword or like, if there was a human-sized enemy, I could reliably parry them. There's a moment I should grab the clip of it. We didn't make a clip of it at the time. So I'd have to make a... But there's a moment I recall in my first stream, like my very first stream, because I did Dark Souls Remastered on Switch. And the Silver Knight that's on the ledge, parried the fucker and riposted him twice in a row, and it was hype. It was so cool. Everybody cheered. Don't have that key. Okay, I don't think I can kill them, but I get their attention. That's not good. Yeah, I can do it with most of the hollowed enemies. I got comfortable enough in Dark Souls 1 to take on the Black Knights as soon as I meet them. But what I don't do is I don't parry them, not the first two. The first one in Undeadburg, I don't parry him, I always backstab him. And the second one in the Undead Parish, I also usually backstab. Just because the, at that point, the damage they do, if you fuck up a parry, it's going to kill you. Okay, so you can kill them. Alright. By the time I get down to Darkroot Garden, unless I'm using the Master Key. Yeah. I'll parry that one. Do I? No, I don't parry that one. I knock that one off more often than not. I'll either backstab it or backstab it by the ledge to knock it off. It'll be here when you get back, Flame. Right, here goes. This awful camera. I did it because I'm fucking amazing. And we don't have to do it again. Like, literally ever. We'll never have to do it again in my life. Another save crystal. Awesome. Okay. Alright, key 3. Okay, so the spike boxes are just destroyed when they hit the end of the line. Alright. I'll see if I can avoid going that way. Oh. I don't know if these conveyor belts are gonna kill me, and I don't want to find out. Alright. How does it get worse? That's how it gets worse. Yes, I will. Thank you very much. Door. It's just a wall? Key 3, which begs the question, what does this door do? New area entirely? So is that key 3 just bonus stuff then? Worth checking out, I think. Also good to know that stepping on the conveyor belt isn't death or even just pain. Okay, so let's find out what I get for this. That doesn't feel overly worth it. Well, let's go anyway. We might get some use out of the cross. Especially because I think the bosses beyond this are going to be flying bosses. A Dracula. That motherfucker just got to be hit in the head, so holy water's not going to help anyone. Go. Okay, look, I want power-ups. I don't need jewels, I want power-ups. Right. If there's one thing you can give this game points for, it's the absolute absence of ice physics. Because you'd think they'd be here. Wait. Nope. You'd think they'd be here, but nope. No ice physics here. Oh, that seems concerning. Can't believe it made that. I wonder if that's worth getting. Oh. Well, this is the Tower of Sorcery, Clem. I feel like this level exists to remind you that when Castlevania 64 is working, it's not bad. Like, this looks like really uncomfortable and nerve-wracking, but its mechanics are actually working the way they should, and it's fine. And except for that was fucking bullshit. It's just not worth killing these things, is it? They're not dropping anything but jewels. Yeah, the platforming works fine. Like, when it's all coming together and the camera's reasonable, like, the platforming is absolutely fine. How many games can you say that about that came out on the PS1 or N64? Eee. This is a room of clocks, alright. Like we're fine. Yeah, here we are, the final stretch. How sad for you that you went to all that effort and now I'm just going to kill. Sacrificed the lives of 100 children to attain eternal life. And now you're gonna die by my hand. Fucking go. So if you're playing as Reinhardt, you don't fight Actress here, you fight Death. And we're gonna find out very soon whether or not I've done the game fast enough. Boy, do I hope I have. Bitch. You killed 100 children, including your own. And for what? Almost there. So I said when we got to the point that determines whether you get the good or the bad ending, I would explain exactly why you do. Welcome back, Flame. I said I'd explain why. Because it's a simple thing, but it absolutely makes sense and explains like why you taking too long gives you the bad ending. And because it makes sense, I really like it. And if we've got the bad ending, I'll explain it when we get into the room that is the indicator whether you've got the bad ending or not. If we've gotten the good ending, I'll explain it when the twist of the good ending comes up. God damn it. Clock Tower Key 1. I feel like by this point, because I think this is like the 19th century. Or the 18th century or something. By this point, in the original timeline, Dracula has been beaten by the Belmonts numerous times. And it's like, oh no, every time he comes back, he keeps getting beaten down by these same fucks with a whip. So it's like, that's embarrassing enough. There's gotta be doing something to self-esteem that it just keeps happening. And then you come back and get killed by a girl. A little girl. This Carrie's like, I think 14, maybe? Like with Maria, because Maria's like 12. It's like you're at the point now, Dracula, where you're just getting beaten by children. Maybe it's time to just call it. Don't know what the fuck happened there. Yeah, Rondo of Blood. If you consider this to be canon, which it's not, Igarashi decided, I think just before Harmony of Dissonance came out, that this isn't canon. But like if you go off the timeline before that came out, this is set after Rondo of Blood, so this would be the second time. Second time that he's been beaten by a... Oh, that was a good one. Fucking beautiful. You want that? God damn it. I already streamed Rondo of Blood. I did it 100%. And then I taught Clem into playing it 100%. Clem mentioned he's been considering it since I talked him into finishing it 100%, and he did actually kind of enjoy it. There's just a lot to love with classic Castlevania. There we go. I want to keep the cross. Wasn't so bad. Here we go. This next room will tell me, I believe it's this room, will tell me if I've taken too long or not. No, this is the Renom room, right. The next room, I think? So if you spend more than a certain amount of money in the store, Renon informs you about the fine print of the contract here and tells you that because you have... Oh, it's late 19th century. Right. Because you have spent more than a certain amount of money in his store, he now owns your soul, and it becomes a boss fight. It's kind of a crazy amount, though, like, an amount you would have to go out of your way to spend to get that boss fight. Shit, did I make it? Did I make it in time? I'm pretty sure that means we can get the good ending. Here we are. Dracula's Keep in 3D for the very first time. Yeah, it's actually a really underrated version of Dance of Illusions, I think. I know it's Dance of Illusions, I think it's a really underrated version. Bitch. Really laying on thick, aren't you? With his final breath, Ganondorf is trying to bring the tower down on top of him. God's like that clip. I like the idea of this though, like when have you ever seen a Castlevania escape sequence? I mean, it's not, because there's still another boss to deal with. Like, when have you ever seen a Castlevania escape sequence? It's a cool idea. Also, notice I took 0 damage during that fight. Malice. Right. Alice was Dracula the entire time. No. I don't think so. Yeah, it's quite by Shaun, isn't he? A very pretty boy. And the idea is the more traditional Dracula look of the other guy is a distraction. Meant to lure you in. Your false sense of security. So the timing of this has to be kind of careful, because if I don't time it right, then my attack gets caught by the fireballs. Neat. Gotcha, bitch. That could be a reference to Super Castlevania 4. Where it does the same thing. And now you're going to learn the caveat of getting the good ending and why I like it. Charlie? Essentially, the entire game is a race to get here before Charlie Vincent does. Because if you take too long and he gets here before you do, he can't win. They turn him into a vampire, and you have to kill him. He's the boss fight that you deal with before getting to the keep. And so you have that fight we just had, but nobody is there to warn the main character that Malice is really evil. And so that's the bad ending. So the main character reaches out their hand and they go home. But Malice is still Dracula. The main character just isn't aware of it. They think, oh, probably possessed for a minute. Because the main characters are stupid. Good ending. You get here before Charlie Vincent. You do all this before he gets here. He gets there just in the nick of time to stop you from taking Malice's hand. And now we get the final boss. If you're wondering why Dracula didn't seem to have a second form, that's because it wasn't really Dracula we fought. I still prefer Doomgaze as the name. Yeah, so you fight Dracula in the Castle Keep, who I never actually referred to as Dracula. Go back over the entire stream and the first section, I never referred to that guy as Dracula. That was a subtle bit of foreshadowing that he wasn't Dracula, that I never called him Dracula. That is actually Giles the Reg. It's like, if you go back over the previous games that we've done for Castle-Day-nia, no, that was Rupert Giles. But if you go back over the previous games in Castle-Day-nia, every time we get to Dracula, I'm always like, Dracula, you son of a bitch. Dracula, you cheeky dick waffle. Dracula, you cum dumpster. I never specifically called out that guy as Dracula. It was all intentional. I think his own attacks might be hurting him. Alright, we're not playing this fast and loose. And we're on the final boss and there's no more use for these health items anyway. At some point in your life, Clint, you just got to recognize that you're at the final boss. Dracula, you stupid spunk gargler. Go back to hell. Just don't want to do it still. Tell you, Clint. The sooner you get over that, the happier you will generally be. And that is the carry playthrough of Final... That is the carry playthrough of Castlevania 64. Honestly, like, I genuinely recommend giving this game a try for yourself. Like, no doubt you'll have heard the bad reputation it's got, but it's not bad. Like, I put this probably in, like, my top 50 and 64 games. It's absolutely not perfect, but it was a series making the jump to 3D for the first time. What was perfect besides Ocarina of Time? It's a weird looking horse. Thank you, Clint. Yeah, like, there is so much worse. There are so much worse games on the N64. So many games that, so many series that made the jump to 3. So much worse. It's got its problems, but overall, there's a lot to quite enjoy about this. I don't have an opinion on Earthworm Jim 3D. I don't think I've ever seen it in action, and I've never been an Earthworm Jim fan anyway. Like, you think about it, chances are you can think of a bunch of games that went from 2D to 3D and then never had another game. Never had another installment. Or, like, went from 2D to 3D and then went right back to 2D. Another Konami series, Contra. Both Contra games on PlayStation. Contra Legacy of War and the Contra Adventure, I think it is. Both of those are not very good. So you get to the PS2 with Contra Shattered Soldier, and that's a 2.5D game, and it's really good. There is no Cornell playthrough, Ninja Flame, because this is Castlevania 64, not Legacy of Darkness. If Legacy of Darkness comes up on the wheel of Castlevania, then you get a Cornell playthrough. Until then, no. Speaking of which, because we finished the carry play, I need to set up the wheel of Castlevania. Flynn, do you want to see the wheel of Castlevania and what the next game's going to be? Is Judgment on there? No, Judgment isn't on there because doing Judgment, it will be boring. I think Judgment is generally a boring game to begin with. It's very repetitive and you've seen everything before you've finished a single character's playthrough in arcade mode. Or story mode, and then you've got to do it again and again and again with every other character, and there's just not enough depth there for any of it. It's boring, and as a result, Judgment isn't on there. I did consider it. I just don't think it'd be a good idea. It's Ralph C. Belmondo. And he wouldn't see that in Judgment because we'd be playing the English version of Judgment where he'd be Trevor. Narration by Scott McCulloch. Richter Belmont himself. It's kind of surprising how many games from my childhood Scott McCulloch was actually in. Like, there's Resident Evil, Symphony of the Night, Castlevania 64, Legacy of Darkness, where he returns as the narrator. He's the voice of Wild Dog in Time Crisis and Time Crisis Project Titan. Like, he's a voice that stayed around for a while. And if it wasn't for the fact that he died in 2000, he probably would have kept going. No doubt he would have absolutely been somebody that Residents of Evil would grab to do some whatever project they have going. Yes. And because I finished the game with the special crystal in my inventory, I've unlocked hard mode. Not gonna do it, but I've unlocked it. Let's go. There it is. So let's spin the wheel of Castlevania. The bloodstain stuff is included. You know what? I'm going to do a veto on this. Not because I don't want to do Dracula X or Dracula X Chronicles, but because we very recently did Rondo of Blood. In the same sense as if it landed on Castlevania 64, I would veto it because we just did it. Even though it lands on there, it will do the Reinhardt playthrough. So let's give it a little more time before we do Dracula X or Dracula X Chronicles. Again, not that I'm afraid to do Dracula X. I just want to give it a little more time. It's on there because I'm willing to do it, and I love Dracula X's soundtrack. Haunted Castle Revisited. I should have specified Revisited. The only reason this is on there is the remake. Absolutely the remake. The only reason Haunted Castle is on there is because Haunted Castle Revisited on the Castlevania Dominus Collection is actually genuinely good. I would not play the original Haunted Castle. And back when the idea of Castle-Day-nia was first being put out by me, I was like, not going to do Simon's Quest because it's boring. Not going to do Haunted Castle. And then, like, the Dominus Collection came out and Haunted Castle Revisited was on there, and I was like, really? Why? Why? But time's gone by, and it turns out it's actually really good. A really good redo of it. So, look forward to next week when I end up having to spin the wheel again. Probably midstream, because Haunted Castle is not long. No, Bloodlines is still there, because if it lands on Bloodlines, it is going to be the John Morris playthrough. That's why Castlevania 64 is still there. Here we go, remove, bam. Castlevania 64 is still there, because if it lands on Castlevania 64, then we do the Reinhardt playthrough. Because my choice is like, I do one playthrough and then be like, yeah, we've done it, we're not doing it again. And I be like Klim with Devil May Cry 2. Or I maintain my integrity and my moral high ground with which to complain at Klim for not playing Lucia in Devil May Cry 2. And I leave these open. And the idea is we're going to go through like all of them. Anyway. Because if I'm like, oh yeah, no, I've done Castlevania 64 now, but I only did it with one character, I lose my moral high ground against Klim, and I cannot allow that. But also, like, I want to do these again. The whole point of playing, the whole point of Castle-Day-nia as an idea was like, I want to be doing Castlevania. I want to play all of this, and means like, yeah, I want to play Bloodlines as John Morris. I want to play Castlevania 64 as Reinhardt. I should remove Kid Dracula. We can always find more, Klim. We can always find more. Like, what else is there? Some of the other stuff. Akumajo, like the buttons on Akumajo Densetsu right now. I could do playthroughs of that with every character. Yeah, the whole point, Castle-Day-nia, like, it's all there. The only thing that isn't there is the boring stuff. Which is why Simon's Quest isn't there, why Judgment isn't there, and it's why I stopped playing Kid Dracula. Ultimately, I was getting kind of bored. Thanks for joining us, Clint. You take care of yourself, buddy. We'll catch you next time. And I think, like, the same's true of some of these games with alternate modes. Order of Ecclesia, Advent of Innocence, Symphony of the Night. Why those are there. Like, we'll do them and then possibly still keep them for alternate playthroughs. Thank you. So like Lament of Innocence, when you beat the game, you unlock Wacky mode, where you can play as Wacky. Order of Ecclesia, you unlock Albus mode, where you can play as Albus. Symphony of the Night, you unlock Richter, yada yada. Symphony of the Night, I thought a bunch about whether to even include it, because I've done Symphony of the Night so much at this point. And like, if I do, what will I do with it? Do a randomizer, maybe, but that's not really indicative of the game itself. I feel like people generally are less interested in randomizers. A challenge run doesn't hold much appeal to me. I have previously done a luck mode run on stream. So like, what to do with Symphony of the Night to keep it interesting. And the decision I came to is Saturn. Streaming Symphony of the Night will be the Sega Saturn version. Which I've done before, I've done once before at this point. And the Saturn stuff is not very interesting. Conceptually, it's kind of curious, but actually experiencing it, it's really underwhelming. But I'd like to give you guys a chance to see it anyway. And having it recorded with me playing it, I think, mostly ties up Symphony of the Night as a loose end, generally. You could argue, like, there's the idea of doing the PSP version, or the version that's in Castlevania Requiem, the retranslated scripts and redone voice acting. Maybe down the line. In fact, I won't even have to for the retranslated scripts and voice acting, because there's a specific hack I have of the Saturn version that translates it to English with the PSP script, because the PSP version it had all the Japanese content that was taken out of the PlayStation version. The 360 version is just the PS1 port with the FMVs removed. The PSP version has all the Japanese stuff that was removed from the Western version of the PS1 version still intact. So it's got the Nose Demon, the Sprite song. It has a Maria fight when she gives you the holy glasses, but it's a different fight. In the Saturn version, it's a lot harder, that fight. Maria plays totally differently. Whereas in the PSP version, she plays a lot like she did in Rondo of Blood. Like, yeah, Symphony of the Night, when it lands on there, because the idea is going to be get through all of this. It'll be the Saturn version. And this isn't everything. You can see stuff like Lord of Shadow is there. Lord of Shadow 2 isn't. The idea is do Lord of Shadow, that unlocks Lord of Shadow Mirror of Fate for us. Doing that unlocks Lord of Shadow 2 for us. Same with Akumajo Densetsu, Japanese version of Castlevania 3. We do that, and then Curse of Darkness is available. We do Aria of Sorrow, and then Dawn of Sorrow is available. I think the only exception to that idea is I have the Adventure on there and Belmont's Revenge. Because Belmont's Revenge is a sequel to the Adventure. You still play as Christopher Belmont fighting Dracula. But the Adventure is on there more than anything for the sake of, once that's done, the Adventure Rebirth is available. Yes. We did it last time. Back during the Castlevania Marathon, I streamed Lord of Shadow and Lord of Shadow 2. Didn't do Mirror of Fate. But I did all the DLC for Lord of Shadow, and we were doing the DLC for Lord of Shadow 2, and I quit because it was pissing me off. And every now and then, Ninja will remember to reference Lord of Shadow 2 by saying, "Come on, damned beasts." Yeah, like, of all of these on here, I've streamed Aria of Sorrow before, I've streamed Chronicles before, I've streamed Lament of Innocence before, Sympathy of the Night, Ritual of Darkness, Lord of Shadow, Portrait of the Wind. I have streamed Castlevania 1, but I didn't finish it, because that was a New Year's Eve stream, and I was drinking. We streamed Legacy of Darkness before. That was the first game of the Castlevania Marathon. Was it? No, I think Lament of Innocence was. It was one of the games in the Castlevania Marathon. And the only reason I didn't finish it was because I was playing on actual hardware, on an actual Nintendo 64. And the controller pack lost my save. And that pissed me off. Because I was actually quite enjoying it. In a similar sense of, like, I quite enjoy playing Castlevania 64 here. But yeah, the idea is everything on this board will be done. And we'll add more stuff to the board as we go. Like, Bloodstained Ritual of the Night is on there. Bloodstained Curse of the Moon is also on there. We do Curse of the Moon. Curse of the Moon 2 goes on there. And you remember, like, why is Bloodstained on there? It's like, Bloodstained is basically like, let's not beat around the bush. It is basically... Yeah, the idea is all of this will be done. Some of the games might have hacks on them. Dawn of Sorrow probably won't be the version on the Dominus collection. It'll be a hacked version of the DS version that completely removes all the touchscreen stuff. Because the Dominus collection still has that, and you have to move the stylus with the right analog stick. And it's like... I would have rather if they just taken out entirely. It doesn't work. It doesn't work well. It leaves me concerned with how they've set up the Sisters mode in Portrait of Ruin. Yeah. Yeah, still do. So like, we'll play probably Dawn of Sorrow Definitive Edition Plus. Is the ROM I've got for that. We did a ROM hacked version of Bloodlines with a retranslation. It was Bloodlines Revised Edition, I believe it was. Harmony of Dissonance, we'll do a hack with... When we did Harmony of Dissonance before, we did the version on the Castlevania Advance Collection. So it's the vanilla ROM. Like the game as it was originally intended, as it was originally released. Yeah, that comes with Definitive Edition. So it will have the Kojima-style portraits. When we get to Harmony of Dissonance for Castle-Day-nia, we'll be using one of the hacks that improves the colouring. Because Harmony of Dissonance is overly bright because it was intended to be played on the surprisingly dark version of the surprisingly dark Game Boy Advance screen. Yeah, I'm pretty much done anyway, Flame. I appreciate you stopping in. Good to see you, buddy. You take care of yourself. The adventure, we're going to have a hack on that just to increase the speed. Because even as Castlevania games go, the adventure's movement speed is so fucking slow. But we're also going to do the Game Boy Color version that was released as part of the Konami GB collection. There were 4 installments in the Konami GB collection, and 2 of them have Castlevania games on them. The Adventure and Belmont's Revenge. Completely redone with colour. Really nice, we're doing those. Yeah, like, some of them will have hacks, but none of them will be really intended to touch difficulty. So the adventure hack with faster movement speed will probably change the way... It'll probably change the difficulty somewhat. But when it comes to stuff like Castlevania 1, I've got a ROM hack that gives you improved controls, is what it's listed as. Which is stuff like full control over your movement in the air. Which is kind of cool. But it's not what I'm going to be using to stream it, because it changes the way the game plays and makes it a lot easier, and I don't want to do that for the stream. So that will be that. But anyway, that's going to do it for us today. I want to thank everybody for joining the stream. I always really appreciate the support. A big special thank you to everybody in the chat. Chat is always the best part of the stream. Panda, Flame. Chatbot has a longer message. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was everybody. Thank you so much for joining me and keeping me company. Chat is always the best part of the stream. Castle-Day-nia will return next Monday, maybe. I'm not sure what my schedule is. But when Castle-Day-nia returns, it will be Haunted Castle Review. I'm looking forward to it because I've not played that. I've seen it and I've heard it's very good. I've not played it, so that'll be fun. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth will continue likely on Thursday. Likely. But yeah, that is pretty much it. So, there's not really much else to say except thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day. And yeah, we'll catch you next time. Bye.